There we go. Hello, everybody. Good morning to me, at least. Afternoon to others, and whatever time zone you're in.
Ugh.
um, this is the last day up to hell and back. We've raised $350 today. We're raising money for the ACLU, the American Civil Liberties Union, and union and what else are we doing? Oh, we're playing Chain Together today. Um, you know, sometimes you have to test a friendship just to see where you're at. And today's the day. Because not only are we playing Chain Together today, we also then have to proceed to another stream and play more games.
Not even, it's like a 2-hour break and that's it. So you get 2 hours to have your bitchy feelings.
So we'll see how that goes. But hello, Brat. Hello, Jupe. Welcome on in, everybody. And yeah, we will get the game started momentarily, but you know how it be.
Oh, Lord.
Huh?
The One Who album is really good.
Oh yeah, good.
Every song is in my playlist. And that's not just like me being biased.
Mm-hmm.
The songs are actually really good.
That's good.
Hey, Wicked.
Hey, Wicked.
Bam, bam, ba-dam, bam, bam, ba-dam, bam.
One second. Thank you. How you doing, Wicked?
I love the Florence album too.
Yeah, you do.
It was really nice.
Everything I've heard so far, so good.
It really was good. I was just full blast in my ears.
Mm-hmm.
It was
Mm-hmm.
real good. Couple songs got me, but that's fine.
Uh, the sympathy one. Look at me. Let me look.
Yeah, yeah.
Someone. Talk too much. There's that. I've been listening to it on repeat. I do not find worthiness and virtue. I no longer try to be good. It did not keep me safe like you told me that it would. That's the one.
Music by Men. I like that one.
Yeah.
There's a few that I like. I'm gonna have to do like 500 more listens to give you a full
Yep.
list. I think my favorite song on the One Ho album is At the Time, for when you listen. It's just so catchy.
Do this. Thank you. Yeah, the rage probably will have been I don't know where Crimson is.
Right? Where you at, bitch? We have scheduled shit.
Truly.
We have scheduled the hatred. I have stored up at least 40 hours of it.
Mm-hmm.
Don't know how wise this is for right beside before the periods.
Well, we were all stuck with that because our periods come around the same time. So it's
Oh, I'm.
just
Doesn't
one
mean
of
I
those
might not get hurt
things.
anyway.
Just one of those things. Oh, you're probably gonna get hurt. That's
Never been so excited to be hurt. Time at the time.
it's me. I donated. Yay! We're at 400 now.
Yay! 400.
400.
400.
Also, everybody, don't forget about your drops. If you are on, if you're on Twitch, there's drops for Outlast Trials, Dead by Daylight. I think that's pretty much it. I don't know if Marvels has them right now. I haven't seen an email from them, so I'm gonna say no. Maybe.
We're all working to unlock your potential.
Oh.
Right now, there
Okay.
is drops for 7 Days to Die, the esports game, Withering Wave, League of Legends. There's so much. There's a lot.
There's a
There's a
lot,
big list.
but I was just say for the things that
Outlast.
pertained here.
Outlast. Siege has dropped. That pertains to us.
Yeah, that's true.
Just going through the long list. Okay, that's them all.
I think that that pretty much sums us up. Well, today.
And you'll be able to get more Dead by Daylight drops later.
Yeah.
Can just message saying Physical Asia is so good. Is that a TV show? He messaged on Bubble saying Physical Asia is so good. It's gotta be a TV show, right?
Don't know. If it is, it's nothing I've ever heard of.
It is. It's on Netflix apparently.
What was
Thanks,
it?
Chan.
Is it the where
I think
they
it might be like the Physical 100 thing.
yeah? Is it the yeah? That's what I was thinking.
Thanks, Chan. I'll go watch that.
It's basically like what is it, the Ninja Challenge or whatever they call it.
Yeah. Ninja Warriors or whatever the
Yeah,
fuck it is.
yeah, there you
No. And then he put, I want to compete too. Nope, can't handle it. Don't do it.
go. There.
Nope. Oh my god. Did you see the Mingy pictures?
He's put out so many. Which one?
The Calvin Klein ones.
The Calvin? No.
Oh. I woke up to it. It's not okay. Put them in the family chat.
Yeah. Frame rate. You know, I don't know if we needed an ultra in any capacity. They put 2 pairs of underpants on that boy.
They did.
This oddly isn't the hottest he's ever been. I don't know what Calvin Klein did. They slaughtered that other one out. What are we doing? I'm just gonna wear 2 pairs of underpants.
Like,
Mingy has so much more.
Jungkook slut, Mingy humble.
But as for you, she does look good. It's just, you know, we've seen him look
Sluttier.
so much sluttier.
Do you know what I want to know?
Hmm.
I've seen so much K-pop artists just doing the straight up just wearing underwear pictures. Nothing else, just wearing the underwear. Where are they to? I need it. And I have no other excuse other than I want to objectify you with my male gaze.
Yep.
Because I can't say it's for research.
Nope. You've generally seen everything you got. It's just we want to see it more.
Yeah, I've seen it all. I know you got booty for days. I know it's there. It looks at me before I look at it. You said, just realized it's 15 minutes, 45 minutes ago. Where are you?
Hello. Is the closed captioning working? Anybody know?
See it. And I was having the same problem last night.
Okay. No, it's not. Cool, cool, cool.
I was having that much trouble with it last night, I was about to cry.
Nice. That's great.
Since that I've heard.
Need the extension. I already have the extension. You got some no CC. Okay. What about now? Is my
I
mouse
don't
being
think.
weird? Um, oh, Thana says OBS.
Oh,
Okay. Yay! I've tested everything. Test, so I hate that it's not just an automatic thing here, but as long as it's working somewhere.
I don't see it on my screen, so I'm so confused. I don't like this system.
Yeah, I think there's like 3 different. I actually don't know.
I have no idea.
I know Crymson's using 2 different ones. I use a different one probably, but I don't really know. I don't really know. Save those settings. Those settings. And thank you, Thea. Thea's not yet here, but thank you. How you doing, Vanna? I could also be typing. So not playing anything right now. Because I don't trust the CC. Because I will try and type when I can.
Don't trust shit.
Oh, there's nothing.
I even tried using that pixel chat last night when I eventually was like, I give the fuck up with this OBS shit.
Mm-hmm.
And it worked for 2 minutes and then it stopped. And I was like, I'm fucking done.
That's fine.
Feel on ready to have a fucking mental breakdown over captions.
Truly, because I've tried multiple different programs, and like the one I use now is the best at actually saying what I'm saying.
Ooh, this is gonna be fun.
Ooh, this gonna be fun.
Ooh, this could be.
I'm here, I'm
fun.
sorry.
That's what no one says when they're walking into this. Welcome to the shit show.
That's for sure.
That's it better than me.
You look stunning.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
It's like I can do my kids' makeup. I can do some.
Yep. Okay.
I'll be real. I only picked the regular version. I don't know what the DirectX will do, so I didn't pick those ones.
The what?
When you start up Chain Together, you will understand.
I mean, it's,
You what?
I just clicked start. I didn't read the options.
Well, if you didn't change them, then it should be the top one,
Yeah.
hopefully. So we're all playing the same version.
I mean, hopefully.
I think for right now it's the three of us. Yeah, I don't see enough.
Okay.
So I think it's just the three of us.
Motion blur.
I'm gonna try and create this.
I log in and the master volume's already down to 25%. Oh, that's a panty dropper right there.
It's like you want us to have sex.
Right?
Sorry about that. If you heard echoes, my bad.
Having fun. Bam, 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 bam.
Okay,
Saves.
so I guess this is just the game.
Close setting.
Yeah, look like it.
Post a game.
I'm so
Beginner
excited.
mode.
Is that
Make
supposed
sure you
to
check
be?
your keybind.
I'm so terrified.
Because my interact was E, and I hate that.
I
so I
switched mine
changed
to
it to
F.
F.
Yeah.
I
We are
changed
the
both
same.
I changed both the E options to F.
Okay.
And then game audio.
Okay. So I think. Did you pick a password, Kinky?
Nope. Should just give me a second.
I have no problem hosting it.
Oh, you want to host? You can. You want?
I just saw that you had a thing up, so I didn't know.
I was just trying to see what all. Well, I had to because I want a game capture, so I had to go in. But because I thought the screen that it was giving me was just a load screen, and then it was going to open up the game. No, this is just a windowed game. Okay, cool.
I made it full screen.
I don't know if I'll make it full screen. Honest, maybe. Because I can't join the session. Hold
I'm already in here with you.
on. Right, but then Crymson.
I'll just join you two then.
Okay.
I just joined through Steam.
Okay.
I just went rogue.
Whatever we're doing. No people of color. Which tracks? Because this definitely is a white person activity. So
yeah, this is a white person game. I figured you'd pick the taller one. I figured you were gonna pick that one.
Like the blonde bob.
I don't either.
All right.
Out of the three, I was like, who's least likely for Kinky to want? And I was like, the blonde woman, because there are blonde white women everywhere. I'll take the blonde white woman. Everywhere.
I think that lady has red hair though. That one's not too bad. It's the one that said that was taller. And she has a blonde bob. I don't want it. I don't like it.
She does have a blonde bob. All right.
If you wanna, I'll be this dude with a bit of my titty out.
Inverse. No? Okay. Well. We're as red as it's gonna be, I think.
I guess.
Anyway, welcome in, everybody. We're raising money for the ACLU, American Civil Liberties Union, just more the general state of the United States at this point, and how could we help you? Because there isn't a real tangible way for people in other countries to help you.
There's barely tangible ways for us to help ourselves.
That too.
What do y'all listen to on Halloween?
Wanho's album.
Florence Machine. Her new album dropped today. It's all witchy vibes.
It is very good.
I'll go to my comp playlist. It feels very apt for some reason.
Everyone decided Halloween this year was a good time to drop an album.
Yeah,
I think it was. Yeah.
See what I mean?
And I'm vibing with it.
Possibility. So, Gatorade Zero, not bad.
I mean, it barely has flavor to begin with. So.
And this is they use sucralose, and I was like, yes,
Man.
I can drink this. Never thought I'd be like, whoa, this is the right kind of fake sugar I need. I don't know if you can tell, but the tragedy that was happening to me earlier this week has dissipated.
Well, we're going to bring it all back right now.
Yeah. Let's do this. Are you sure you want to start this game?
We're gonna bring it all back to reality for you.
Oh, we got another donation. We're up to 400. That's awesome.
Yep.
All right.
Hold on.
Oh, fuck.
Oh no, I'm the middle link.
Am I the front link? Oh, I'm the front
You're
link.
the front.
Or the back. It depends.
I
you-
guess so.
Either way, I'm stuck in the fucking middle.
Is that a... Are those demons?
Wait, go. How did I pull you backwards? Oh. I can pull you.
How'd you do
How
that?
do you pull?
Like
E is
F
pull.
pull? I changed it to F.
I thought I changed my bindings.
I was like, both these controls can be F.
Oh, you. Oh, no, I'm not gonna have both be the same.
Mess with the wrong bit.
I will forget E exists.
I think there's a game that I regularly play that forces me to use E, so. Apex, I think.
Poor lost souls. Do you want to escape the flames of hell?
I mean, I do, but it's not gonna happen
For
because it's
I was
us.
growing bored. I've
How are we making sounds like we
If
are wearing
you may
shoes?
try to reach paradise. Not sure if you're capable, though. I eagerly await your fall.
The Foley artist really wanted something to do.
Yep. They're like, you know what? I'm gonna add shit.
They sound like little horses clip clopping.
Pick us up. No. Kill me.
Right.
I didn't mean to go back. I didn't mean
No!
to go back. Kill me.
Oh my god! Oh my
I'm already
god!
gonna be mad at you.
Oh, we reached the under. Okay.
Whoa, 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 whoa. I already don't like how high this fall is.
We literally. Ah!
Stop jumping unless we're not ready.
Maybe we need to.
Ready?
What?
God.
Ah!
I don't like this game already.
Mother!
No!
Ah!
No!
Y'all see the giant baby-headed demon over there?
What do you mean, baby headed demon? Oh.
What? Oh.
I don't think that's a baby head. That's just a
I don't know.
humongous skull.
That's what I thought of when I saw it. Baby-headed demon.
Like the baby from Alien that we don't talk about?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh.
No!
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 No! No!
Santa. Oh my god.
I told you to warn
Get
us!
y'all shit together.
Fucking told you to warn!
Alright, ready?
I think it's
I guess.
screaming.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, fuck.
Actually, think
Ah!
you stand a chance of escaping from here. I bet 10 souls you'll fall long before you catch even a glimpse of sunlight.
Stop this pointless chatter. You're supposed to be setting up the next challenge, as I command.
Of course, my
Have you
lord.
looked
My
up?
apologies. Their despair is just too entertaining.
Yeah.
Back to work I go immediately.
It's over here.
Ah. I
Nothing?
don't like being in the middle. I'm just being dragged around like I'm nothing.
Y'all
I
work
could use
together
you
while
as
in
a
Outlast Trials, so you can, so y'all can
We
get.
don't
We
work
don't
together.
exactly work together in Outlast Trials. We just happen to
We
get
all have our
everything
own
done in Outlast Trials. We neurodivergently separated tasks so we can.
We are terrible at teamwork.
Oh, this is actually the thing we're have to. Okay. I thought we were just doing this for funsies.
What Sweetwater.
Why aren't you just scooting? This is pretty solid.
Because I'm scared. I
Okay.
don't trust Crymson's walking.
Can't walk too far.
I'm in the middle. I don't know what else to do other than scoot.
Everything breaks down when we bring in new people for Outlast.
It really does. Ah! Oh, I don't like how. I don't like that.
Ooh, fuck.
Ooh, tight. Are we gonna jump over them things?
Probably.
I don't know.
I would say yes.
Oh, I don't like that.
Well.
Is that a drop on a very small wire?
Kinda looks like it.
Spacebar to stop climbing. That's the last thing I want.
It's tempting. Is that a
You
fucking
have to.
trampoline?
Yeah, it is a trampoline, and you have. Ah!
Ah! No! 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 No!
Please! Please! I can't. Pulling.
I hate this! I hate this!
Okay. What?
No!
Oh shit!
Oh
No! No!
Ah!
No! No!
No, that's right. I get you, bitch. Go forward! Why?
I'm gonna fucking kill you!
You don't even know who you're talking to.
I didn't jump
You're
us.
the
That's what I know.
Oh yeah, this is. Hold on, I gotta wipe my
What the
palms
fuck
off
is
again.
that?
You know exactly what that is.
Well, this is a good game, guys. I don't.
Shimmy, shimmy, shimmy.
My feet aren't even on the bone. Visually. How'd you get up there?
You jump.
You have to jump.
Uh,
Yeah.
oh my god.
I've got so much anxiety.
I'm just trying to stare at the bone in front of me and nothing else.
Shut up.
Shut up.
I feel even less
Okay,
confident that
that's
you're in charge.
Right.
Okay, this is. Nope, wait, this is the wrong way.
Would you?
I see it.
I am not in the middle anymore. The chain is twisted.
Jump. I don't think it's wise. I'm here either, but you've ever seen me play floppy baby? I tried to jump in Lethal Company.
Is this not a dead end too?
Takes me to a pile of skulls.
Oh, I never saw the line. Ah! Well, at least the chain's not twisted now.
It's a trampoline.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Ready?
Sure.
Where the fuck are we going now?
We have to jump and then
I
jump.
see. You did not say ready! You did
Jump!
not say ready! You did not say ready!
Jump!
Okay.
You climbed a ladder. Feeling proud, are you? Fine. To carry
Yeah, I'm a little fucking proud, okay?
level you will fail. But indulge in your full
Let me look down here. Let's look at that. Look at all of that.
also.
Prince's head is literally in my head.
Yeah, see that? He's really boosting you up there.
Oh!
Oh no!
Fixed my bottom!
Okay, there is a jump here, right?
Yep.
Rah!
Oh, it just put me on
Yeah,
the.
and there's a
No!
trap.
What? No!
Kinky!
My little body. We're fine. We're fine. Welcome back, Thea. How are you?
Okay. Alright, we have to go up the ladder slowly, okay?
What do you mean? Oh,
What do I mean?
yeah.
Get
Hold on.
inside her. And me. Get inside there.
Go.
Ooh,
I am
Go,
not
go,
gonna
go,
make
go.
it. I'm not gonna make it.
I just peed a little bit. Shit, I gotta go.
Okay. All right. Well, we're gonna chill here for a sec. Anyway, anyone who is here, thank you for hanging out. Sharing the stream helps out. If you want to donate, !THAB will get you that link. We will be playing this and Dead by Daylight today. Riley, why? Riley, why? She's not here.
we can get to the top, it's fine. You can
Goodness.
fill her up. Oh, you're in me.
I don't know why I'm so fast, but here we are.
Why are you ahead of me?
I don't know.
I was
This is
fooling
fucking
you.
hilarious. This is hilarious from my angle.
He just started dragging us both up, so we were just like kind of spread eagle dangling behind them.
Okay, get inside each other, right
Hold
at the bottom
on.
of this.
Hold on.
Wait, just one more.
When it goes again, we go.
But there's more than one, so we have to
Oh
stop.
no, it's gonna get me. Okay, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. We're fine.
Just wait. Go.
After. Oh, nope, no. Oh, it's gonna fuck me up.
Oh, I got him.
No,
We're fine.
no,
We're
no.
fine. This is fine.
No. No.
I need help.
No.
I need
no.
help.
Pill.
I need help.
Pill. Crimson, look at us and pill us.
Help me.
I need a minute. I need a second.
I need gloves. My
I need a
hands
second. I am sweating.
Oh.
I'm not okay.
Everybody's just instantly sweaty. That's why I wore the holy shirt.
My hands are slick.
Got deodorant? You got some deodorant on them.
Oh,
Don't you fucking pill me.
I'm not. I'm just standing here.
Riley's putting his hair up. Get real serious in here.
It's too fucking
I need
hot in here suddenly.
I need a high pony for this. Hold on. Not a low pony situation. This is a high pony
I can
situation.
get a pony again.
You can. Pretty long.
Okay, alright.
I need a shot of vodka or some shit.
Okay, alright. We got this. We're good.
Yeah!
We're boss ass bitches. We got this.
Mama didn't raise no little bitch.
Wait.
I think this is the highest I can go. Go!
Okay.
Okay. Up one. Wait. Go.
Whew.
See, that was totally fine. Where are
Okay.
you taking me?
Did we
I'm
sleep?
just looking.
We're sleeping?
No,
Oh.
we can't.
This doesn't make sense. Why is there fire on wood? Hey, friends, I need to get out of the... Okay.
Because this is hell. Oh no.
We did get it.
Let's see. We
Why
just
did
need
I
to get
hear
to the
screaming?
because we're in hell.
Oh, what the fuck is that?
Yeah.
We can
Alright,
do this.
So let's think about this.
No!
No.
We don't get a big. We don't get a big. Look at us. Look at us.
We fell so far.
We did. We really did.
Oh my god, no! You did not see ready!
I really thought it would
He
just...
said,
we can do this.
he said we got this and jumped. Okay.
Oh my god, I want to slap the both of you already!
I didn't do shit!
I think it was left.
Up.
Up. No! Hakuna Matata!
Hakuna the Batatas.
What a wonderful
Oh my God.
face!
You sing whatever you need to get you through this, baby girl.
Right? You're doing so good, baby.
So what? For the rest of the day. It's a problem.
Oh shit!
Potatoes. You're going the wrong way.
I am going the wrong way!
Come back then, please. I'm not going on that way. Can't
Okay,
see
okay.
cause I'm crying for the rest of my days. My eyes hurt.
Your singing has me laughing. I couldn't see.
Neither can I cause I'm crying. Look at your face.
Thea's getting so many clips.
There's tears running down my cheeks right now.
Stop talking about laughing. I need to focus.
I said tears!
Different emotion!
Well, I have tears of laughter.
Oh,
okay?
dang. That shot me up this. No!
Alright,
Let's see.
gotta wipe my hands.
Wipe my fucking face! It's a fucking waterfall up here.
Oh my
I need
gosh.
cotton gloves to play this game.
I've got a pair of those actually.
This game is not. It's not the vibe of Florence and the Machine, let me just tell you right now. She's way more calm than I am.
Let's go.
Ah!
Where are we going?
Whoa.
Where are we
Why?
going? No!
Why?
Oh my god.
I didn't remember.
Where are we going? In mid-air? In mid-air?
No! No! No, come on! What's up?
Help!
Kinky,
I'm falling! I'm falling!
Alright, remember it's a jump and a jump, okay?
Wait,
3,
Go!
wait, I wasn't ready! I said I wasn't
Go!
ready!
Go!
Oh,
I can't look back at you! Hi, Athena Lisa. How are you?
hi, Lisa. Oh.
This is not okay.
All right.
My throat
It's
hurts.
just a ladder. It's just a ladder.
Just a lot.
Oh.
My eyes hurt.
I'm gonna need an Excedrin to get
She
through
needs
this.
gaming playlist, yeah. Well, it was one of our
Ooh, too far, too far. Go!
Oh my god, go!
Oh my god!
Stop.
3, 2, 1, go! Ooh, 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 ooh. Okay,
We
wait,
are
wait, don't
doing
fucking
this.
do this jump.
Oh my god. I think I need to turn on conversation with the devil. Okay,
Do not fucking do this.
we're gonna do when it comes. We're gonna do 3, 2, 1, jump. Okay, 3, 2, 1, and jump.
We're fine. This is fun.
Okay.
We're not fighting. We're not fighting.
Oh shit!
Oh, no!
Not even let me grab your chains. Oh, well, that worked too.
I think you can only grab the one that you're attached to, so you can't grab mine. You can grab his though.
Yeah, it's not gonna let me.
Just drag Riley. Okay. Okay,
Oh,
so this
fuck
is a
me.
jump. Yeah. Okay, wait, just wait. We have to jump on. We get on
can
it, and then we
walk
have
on
to
it.
jump over those threes. Yeah.
Oh no! I was never
Alright.
good at jump rope.
Yeah, there's 3 of us. Jump!
1,
Jump!
2, 3.
No. Hey! I'm fine. We're fine.
The first thing I did was, as soon as I got on, I grabbed the ladder. I was like, I can't go anywhere without holding the ladder, right?
Can I just have? No, I can't have. No,
No!
no.
No! What the fuck?
Okay.
Where did we even go?
1 second. My music paused.
Okay, I see.
Okay, everybody take a minute. I'm gonna change my music.
I need music.
Yeah, this is an O-Death kind of playlist. Okay, we got this. Alright.
Okay.
Up.
I'm gonna nervously sing my way through this.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, jump. 3, 2, 1, jump. 3, 2, 1, jump.
Someone jump before the.
Yeah, Crymson.
You
there's a
shorted
ladder
your
right here.
own countdown. There's.
There's a ladder right here.
Where makes the dream work or gives you a lot of anxiety. Either or, honestly. We could have climbed the rope.
I don't know.
Another jump rope?
Yep.
Can them spikes hit us?
Yeah, that's what I'm pretty sure that's the laser, the line that will kill us. Well, not kill us, but like push us off.
Oh. When?
Okay. Go. Jump.
Is that a helicopter?
Oh, I thought I was like, is that my song?
Is that what is that?
Well, unfortunately, we're
A
going
drone?
to find out. Oh God, it's trampolines. 3, 2,
Great.
1, jump.
Ah!
Alright.
Have I got hit trampolines
3.
back to back?
Yep.
3, 2, 1.
Move forward. No.
No! I'm here! No, I'm not!
Help!
No, I'm not!
Help!
I can't!
Okay, I'm good. It's a helicopter. No!
Fuck!
That wasn't my fault. Like how you scream my name.
That's my fault. I was up on the stick.
So was I, and then she moved and I fell off the stick!
I didn't move. Our
Lurk.
our chain was wrapped around it. Oh wait, what's this? Hold on. They're collectibles. Of course there are. If we collect 10 wings, we can glide instead of just falling. I feel like that's a trap.
Yeah. Because it's gonna be more difficult to find the wings. On that note, it might be lunchtime. So the boats again.
Like, unless all the wings are down here.
Lurk away. If you gotta lurk, lurk. But I appreciate everybody being here. We are raising money for the ACLU, American Civil Liberties Union, and exclamation point THAB will get you that link. If you are interested, why? Why?
No!
The fuck?
I'm pulling Crymson, but it's not working.
You have to go over to where I can be.
No!
I'm trying to pull!
Jesus fucking Christ.
Oh, there's a shortcut if we go. No?
I mean, it probably.
You want to go this way?
Shortcut! No. Shimmy, shimmy, yay, shimmy, yay, shimmy, ya.
You gonna talk your shit? No? Okay.
Get your ass back here.
Plus side. You did it once. You know you can do it again. Yes. Yes, that's the plus
That
side.
was a practice round.
That's how it works.
Yeah, the thing was like, if you want to make it harder, you can add lava. I was like, harder! Why?
No one does it better than me.
Think you need to what? You need to fight the thing. Ah!
I think Kinky needs to fight the baby-headed demon.
No one get frightened.
It's very Mario-esque. You remember the castle?
Who knew they'd have chain link fences in hell?
Well, it's still property management.
3, 2, 1.
Whee!
Alright. 3, 2, 1.
No!
No! No! No! No!
We're fine! We're fine!
Bill!
We're
Bill!
fine!
Bill!
We're fine!
Bill!
We're
Bill!
fine!
Bill! No!
Well, let me. Okay, there we go.
Gotta wipe my hand.
I need a
You're
shot.
shit talking something, I assume fist.
Alright.
We're depressed,
Three.
it's already hard enough.
3, 2, 1. Jump.
Whee!
Alright. Now it's time for the
Oh, no.
bone daddy.
No!
I'm gonna wake up with no voice tomorrow.
Are we doing it fast? Okay.
Nope, nope, nope.
Why do you do this? Okay.
What do you mean no? What do you mean no?
It's this one.
Bam, 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 bam. Women, I am the middle link. Do not fuck my chain.
Itsy bitsy spider with a Down came the rain and washed the spider out. Okay, we're fine. Mind you, I've only had the other comparison,
See,
right?
because there's a trampoline.
Huh?
Alright. 3,
Okay.
2, 1. Jump forward.
Please make it. Okay.
Okay. Remember, it's a jump, okay? 3, 2, 1. Jump.
Go.
Note to self: never take a vape before going on a trampoline. I held that in so long.
Hmm?
I wanted to scream, but I was stuck.
Yeah, that'll hurt your voice.
Hmm?
Whee! Ooh.
Tifa?
No,
No!
come down! Come down!
That was the easiest thing for me to do, okay, was to fall. I just want you to know that.
Please!
I totally screwed this game. I'm not even seeing. We're not seeing very well. No! Stop!
I wasn't trying to kill us. I was just trying to get back on.
I mean, we all have to wear glasses, but we're not seeing very well either. It's fine.
Like a pretty ballerina.
A nice, relaxing climb with friends. Yeah.
Rough Daddy!
It is Rough Daddy.
I swear to God, don't you fuck this. No!
Come on.
We're fucked. We're fucked. We're fucked.
No! No!
We're fucked.
No!
We're fucked. We're fucked.
Come to the engine, Prue! I said no! We go after this! No, 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 no,
That wasn't even us. That was you.
there was nowhere near it! You know what? You take the lead.
Just swing in there, you know?
Go.
Sometimes you just need to hang out.
Give me a warning.
Go.
We were close. We were close, Lisa. We were close.
Me and my umbrella.
A man.
A man.
What is a man? In my man.
Oh god. Alright, hold on. I need to open my drink. Okay. 3, 2, 1.
I can't. I can't. I can't. I can't. No, we're
I
good.
didn't think I had any pee left, but a little bit.
Jump. Jump.
No!
No!
Save me! Save me! Please don't let me fall!
I don't have a lot to work with here,
Don't let me fall,
okay?
please!
Well, let me
I don't
climb the
wanna
rock.
die. I don't want to die!
Okay, okay, alright. Okay. Got it.
Whew. My hands are soaked. I didn't know that you could sweat this much.
Do you have a mini fan? You should have like a mini.
I do. I have a mini. It's not helping.
I need to turn it up. My eyes hurt.
Dry my hands,
hurt.
please, man. Dry my hands, please. Okay.
Need talc powder just to play a video game.
Ugh.
I'm gonna start prepping for video games like gymnasts do. All right, we'll grab the next one.
I can't do this part. I'm not good at jump rope. Bless my heart.
Jump!
Jump.
Jump!
Jump.
Jump!
Oh shit!
Ooh.
Come on!
Woo!
Come on!
No, 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 no! You can't pull me up my ladder.
Alright. Whew.
Get it together. You
3,
got this
2,
right. Get it
1,
together.
jump.
Hi.
3, 2, 1, jump. 3, 2, 1, jump. Lock the fuck in!
Well, give me a second.
Everybody to lock the
Give me a
fuck in.
second.
Okay.
We are at 400 of 1,000 of our goal. And the our goal is 500, so hopefully we can hit that today. If not, 400 is respectable. It's a respectable number.
Anything is better than nothing.
Yep.
Okay.
Let's do this,
Ooh,
bitch.
that's a nice purple you got on.
Yeah, you have green.
Alright.
Greenish blue.
Jump.
It is a helicopter, though.
3, 2, 1, jump.
Right, before we do this trampoline, are we aiming for the box or the fucking...
The other
line?
trampoline. Oh,
I was aiming for
I
the
meant-
other trampoline.
I'm in
Oh, the after-
Am I
after-
going for the box or the line?
Go for the box.
okay.
Alright.
I guess.
Try not to get stuck on the thing this time. That's what happened, is we got caught up in that.
Okay. Okay.
Alright.
Okay.
3, 2, 1, jump. Okay.
Oh, yeah!
Pull her! Pull her!
Oh
Pull her! Oh my god!
I'm trying to pull myself up!
What the fuck?
What do I do with this?
No! It's going away!
Where are you going, my friend?
What?
I don't know how
It's going
we're
away.
supposed to...
Okay, okay, let me try. Let me try.
I think we gotta get...
Hold on, my
Alright.
friends.
I hate this!
I'm too scared to let go. I'm too scared.
I don't know what...
Don't let go!
Where are we going, my friends?
I don't know! Up? We're just going up. Yeah, okay, I see. There's gonna be a ledge here soon.
I'm so scared.
Now.
I think I shit myself.
Prince is so strong. So strong. You're so strong, baby.
Yes, call me baby more.
And here I am again. Oh, seeing your progress is so
Such a big, strong boy.
chaotic. I've decided
It really took us up very far, yeah.
designed especially to speed up your journey. Well, to hasten your
I'm not it.
downfall, should I say?
I want to drive. I want to drive.
I won't let you keep the car till
Oh
the end,
boy.
so enjoy it while you
I didn't realize there was gonna be driving in this game. That's gonna be a problem.
Now, I saw that there's holes in the track, so be careful. Yeah, you're good.
Now.
Oh,
Fucking God.
Why won't you turn, you stupid thing?
There's a hole on the left,
Oh no.
and then a right one, then one on the right.
Ah! What?
God.
There ain't no way. Thana. Thana's. Jesus fucking Christ, you're giving me a heart attack. It's same, Thana. Same.
Look, we couldn't trust Crymson driving. Have you seen her drive in Dead Island?
No!
Oh, no.
Ah, you are not timing these right. It's not good. It's not good.
Give me a...
Oh my
What?
God.
I got... It's gone. We don't need a car no more.
Right, I get that. One of your bodies was not coming. Oh no.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
There ain't no
1,
way.
2, 3,
Did
4.
Clyde-
1, 2, 3, 4. 1,
Did Clive
2.
Barker make this game?
It turns around every 4.
I don't. Okay.
We watch it one more time and then we'll go.
Forward.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Left.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Left.
1, 2, 3,
Go, go.
4.
Back. Forward. Forward, left, left, back. Forward, forward. Is that right?
We just need to stay on the top.
Right. But we gotta know where the top is gonna be. So the box
Well, if we
moves
jump and it rotates, we're fine.
forward.
Alright.
I think-
Let's go.
How's that?
No, you're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. Kinky was right. Kinky was right.
Oh.
No.
Jump!
Kinky pill. Go,
Jump!
go, 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 go. Where do we go?
I'm assuming that we have to jump up and catch onto the next platform.
Yep. So it looks like.
Okay.
Crymson!
Hold on.
Crymson!
Let me pull her up. Let me pull her up. Oh,
Why?
no. Everyone,
Why?
everyone stop falling. Sweetie, come round. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Kinky pull. Kinky. Pull me. You're gonna
It
have to
won't.
come
It won't
behind
pull
me.
me.
There we go. 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 I got her.
Oh my god!
I got her.
Oh my god!
I got her. I got her. We're fine. We're fine.
Alright.
Jump!
Jump. No. Yep. Okay. Now don't you even think about it.
Why are you going up there?
I don't know.
Okay. There's moving.
Oh my god.
What the fuck is
I'm
that?
being strong there.
3, 2, 1.
What do you mean?
I'm
What the fuck
sorry.
is that?
What
What
the
do you
fuck
mean
am I
is the
meant
fuck
to
it?
do with
Oh. Oh, that'll be fine. That'll be fine.
3, 2, 1.
Woohoo. Oh my god! Oh no! No!
Jump.
No! No!
Oh shit!
No!
No! No! Aim for the white thing! Aim for the white thing over there! No! 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 Oh, for fuck's sake!
Why?
No one said 3, 2, 1, go!
This is gonna be a very needed shower. At least you get to drive again.
There is so much to do before that.
Hold.
Move your ass.
Why are you going down? We could just jump.
Oh, well, she's pulled me down. I'm a bit stuck.
That we are
We never go this way.
letting Crymson do this again.
Even though she proceeds to take us to a different way every time. Whoa, whoa, wait!
Please?
Oh,
Please?
Crymson!
Please?
What did I do?
You went too far, none of us were ready! Kinky wasn't even up yet before you started moving to the next bit!
Let's go see if we can find some of those wings.
No!
Yeah, if you need to go have lunch with me, at least you probably should do that. We're gonna be a while. Hold. And we
What do
did
the
make it.
flags
We
mean?
did make it to the car. What flag?
I don't know.
On the left-hand side.
How
Like
far
left
we've
corner.
made it, probably?
Why is there not a checkpoint?
Because that's not the point of this game.
I hate it.
Why did we... Okay.
We went this way last time.
Right, but we didn't need to do the... You know what? Whatever, man.
What?
Whatever, man.
I wasn't in charge. She drove
I
me.
didn't think you were. I didn't say it was you. I said, why
Good.
are we? Why are we? That is all I
not the fucking
said.
problem.
I didn't s- You know what?
Go then.
Are you ready? Are you
Well, maybe if you ask and
Go.
communicate, I will be. Oh my god.
You said you were ready. You said you were ready.
3, 2, 1. Thanks, Lisa.
Good luck. Yeah. I'm glad you had a good time. I'll look at chat in a second. This one. Oh, look at the
I'm
bodies.
trying to read what Fia said, but I'm too scared.
Right? I can't look away. I can't look away.
What
Okay.
bodies?
The bodies keep falling from the sky.
Oh.
Or maybe it's us from where we fell. And we can just see us falling. But I saw some people falling from... And screaming. That was the screams. We have to work together, family. No divorce on birthday week. But yeah, good luck. Have fun. Thanks for making me giggle this morning. Have a good lunch. Offer for some fried chicken.
Knocking on every door. Can I just jump right across over there?
I'm
Hold
not
on.
fucking...
If we can make
I
that.
don't want to do that. I don't think so. I think us taking risks at this point, when we have to do the regular stuff, I'm good.
Yeah, we're not adding sandpaper to the already dry hand job that this is.
Well, it seems like most of you are moist here, so that's...
Don't ever say that again.
Which part?
All of it.
Okay.
I'm just being factual here. Okay. So.
3, 2, 1, jump. Okay. 3, 2, 1, jump.
You jumped
Please.
way before.
Oh, that was the cleanest we did it.
3, 2, 1, jump.
Nice.
Oh, is it is it screaming we heard somebody falling then? Maybe?
Yeah. That's what I thought. Cause I heard the screaming, I looked over, the bodies were falling.
Well, it wasn't us because we didn't scream like bitches.
I'm wondering if it's from when we fell, like that's our hell. We can hear our failures. But that's just a theory. Because it was only 3.
Right. Take a second. Stop. Don't move unless we're all up. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. Where are we going?
Right.
What way?
Not that way.
Right.
Right, and then right again.
Yes.
I'm scared. I don't fucking like this bed.
Thank you.
We all good?
Give me a sec. You gotta climb this mountain. No. Hold on. Let me look at the chat. Brad says, I think you broke a print. Yeah, he broke.
Not the
I wonder
first
why.
He started singing. Hello, Phoenix. I think if I can do my son's makeup, I can do my makeup. So that's what we did.
Look at that pretty skull behind us.
Oh, that's nice.
I like that.
Little glowing eye action. Let me take a picture.
Yeah, and it looks like it's made out of marble.
Yeah.
The way it's like shining.
Fancy.
I'd put that on my mantle. It is good home decor. I forgot to do the social media for the rest of the week.
Well, Thea's done some.
Thea's done some.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah, I was doing very well at the beginning of the week, and then everything got really fucking crazy. Ooh, by the way, I am making a metal playlist for Lily, who's really into metal, and she's loving her drumming classes.
Good.
So please, if you have favorite metal songs, can you send them to me?
I
and I'm
can
gonna
send
add
them
them
to
to the
you.
list.
Uh,
Yeah, I'm gonna
because
add them to the
Zeke
list.
is deep into heavy metal as well.
All right, so the Murder Dolls did a cover of White Wedding that I fucking love.
Mm.
Lily played it for me, and I loved it. I also so like it's gonna it. All right, so I want to have a quick conversation about labels for a second. Okay,
In what capacity?
so in the music
Music labels.
capacity.
Okay.
Okay. However, I agree with this for like all music, all labels at some point. I feel like we're reaching a point, especially musically, what labels don't matter the way they used to. So like, okay,
Only to the people who like to gatekeep.
right. So we so like we've been talking about it, and like, okay, so Korn is technically new metal. I hate the term new metal, but I also hate the fact that that means that Limp Bizkit can be considered metal. I have my own problems with Limp Bizkit, which is weird because I like some of their songs.
Well,
Anyway.
I like their older stuff. Well, some of their older stuff. I wasn't really like the biggest fan, but
Faith and break stuff.
at this point, someone's covered it and probably did it better. So
I would love to hear another metal, another one. That would be great. But yeah, so like people are like, oh, like this is rock and this is metal, and I'm like, stop.
I mean, if you're the artist and you want that label, then that's important. It's important to you, 100%.
Yes,
I'm fine with it.
And that I respect that. I respect that. If it's your music and you want, but like the people who argue about it, it's like, can we just? Is it loud? Does it make you feel metalish? All right, cool. Do it.
Yeah, labels matter for the people that the label's for.
So,
but also, I like labels, so I know what I can look forward to. I guess it's at least we're looking at movies or music.
Yeah.
Like I don't have a discernment. I listen to the whole spectrum of music. If you look at my lists and have been subjected to my lists at all, there's no discernment there, but I do have kind of favorites. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, like, I mean, we've even talked about, like, me and Lily were talking about horror because she's like, oh, this isn't scary. It's not scary to you. That doesn't mean it's not scary to other people.
Because horror is subjective, dependent on what are your triggers.
Mm-hmm. What do you find terrifying?
Right?
Everything.
I find when a movie shows the horror of human behavior more scary than like a demon, you know?
Yeah. Oh, give me demons every single day, and I'm good. Give me psychological horror. Give me real horror. I know people suck. I know what people can do.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Anyway, welcome in everybody. We are raising funds for the ACLU. Exclamation point THAB will get you that link. This is very important because of what's happening in America right now. And a good many of the people in real money gaming are American right now. You know.
Unfortunately.
But interestingly, the primary 2 people who've been on the stream all week aren't. So we're really helping. We're really helping.
The MVPs. I wonder who they are.
It's a mystery. It's a mystery. But yeah, we are at 400. Maybe 500 is the soft goal, and then the hard goal was gonna be 1,000, or is that the other way around? 500 hard
Soft
goal.
goal, like, is no, 500 is soft goal. 1,000 would be amazing, but you know, well, as always, we'll take what we can get.
Also, not as big of a thing, but we are close to 1,000 followers, so
That's amazing.
if you got friends, that's not us.
I was about to say that aren't already here.
Well, I'm fucked.
Yep. Basically the same.
I keep a close circle because I don't trust anyone. Because humanity sucks.
This is how community works, folks. Yep.
Yep.
I pulled you inside me. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Are we ready to continue this?
I guess.
3, 2, 1, jump!
Huzzah!
3, 2, 1, jump! Oh hey, I just saw 3 bodies fall. Yeah.
See?
I think it is
Yeah.
us.
Right? That's clever. That's a very... I wanted to say Jacob's ladder kind of thing, but maybe not. Well, to know that I've been posting every day on Threads for my account, making sure to tag Room to Gaming. That was also well done. Hey! Thank you for that, Phoenix. No!
No! No!
What?
We
Wait,
were nowhere
wait,
near
no!
that! We were nowhere near that! Fucking pool! Oh.
I can't always. I just want to. Like, I'm not pulling. Sometimes I'm just trying to make sure I don't fly off with you.
I'm just panicking.
I know. I know. I just wanted to make sure that you understood.
Hold on. Just gonna wait.
I'm too scared.
Just gonna wait. Go.
Go.
Yeah.
Go.
Oh god. Oh god. Oh god.
Oh, oh. It's too much. I'm gonna look at this room real quick. Nope. Okay. It feels like little offshooty things would be good places to put the
Rest for a
wings.
Oh yeah.
But I didn't see anything. Yeah, nope, I don't see anything.
All right. 3, 2, 1.
Ooh. No, 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 no. Oops.
Here we are again.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to hang with you again.
All right. 3, 2, 1, jump. 3, 2, 1, jump. 3, 2, 1, jump.
Oh.
3, 2, 1, jump. 3, 2, 1, jump. 3, 2, 1.
That's a back way, it looks like. But I don't know.
I think that there are more than one way to get up.
But that's a string.
It's a real tight string.
And I don't.
Ready?
I guess.
Come on.
Yeah, today's the last day.
Yep.
Jump,
Jump.
jump,
Jump.
jump.
Help me. Help me. Help me. Ah! Tried to take me.
Not our Kinky.
Making sure because I called it the last day. Yeah, it's the last day.
3, 2, 1, jump. 3, 2, 1.
It's not letting me up. It's not letting me up.
No!
Okay.
No!
Okay,
No!
okay. Now pull Kinky. Okay.
I don't like this game.
3, 2, 1, jump. 3, 2, 1, jump.
Wait. What if there's wings in there?
Is it?
Okay.
I don't know.
Why am I climbing? Okay, that's fine. It really feels like they should be here. Like, crazy? Guess not. Whatever.
I bet you number 10 is until like the very end.
People on this chain. I'm sure there's a mod somewhere for it. Be an awful party game.
I would never do that to us.
You could not do this high either. Alright. We'll wait until the next one and then go. Jump!
Hip.
Hooray! Okay. 3, 2, 1, jump. 3, 2, 1, jump.
Then.
Jump!
No!
And then. No!
I got you.
Yes.
Woo! For what?
I'm not gonna kick you yet. Don't go.
Okay,
Don't go.
alright.
You know what? It's probably best if Prince is the one who does it.
Yeah.
Being the middle.
Don't let go. Don't let my
Oh,
fingers
really?
slide off the space bar. Don't do
I was
it.
literally just watching. I was sitting with Val while he was watching people react to Dolphins losing.
Hip, 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 hey. I'm nervous. I'm scared. I'm petrified again.
Kinky, do you want to drive this time?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Wait. How easy was it to
Right,
drive?
No, my car.
Okay, but you need us. Are we just pushing it?
Stop
We're just
pushing
gonna
my
push the car.
I'm trying. Is there wings?
I don't see.
I
any.
honestly think. I'm starting to think that they're all at the bottom.
It could be at the bottom or the alternate routes.
Could be that too.
That's what I'm thinking. So every time when the one passes in front of you, that's when you need to go.
So.
Now.
When it's in front of you. Now.
No, that's no.
No!
No!
No! No! No!
I did perfectly fine. You got in my head.
Let's look for some wings while we're down here for the 80th time.
Actually, it hasn't even been that many times. We,
No, we've been doing really good.
I was doing perfectly fine.
Alright, this is where we got the first one. Let's check the other side.
Really? Really? Fucking hell.
I did see some like crevices that like went back into places I couldn't see, and I was like, if they are in places like that, fuck them. Maybe they are spread throughout the top.
Yeah, I'm not really seeing. Over here?
Oh, that would be a badass tattoo.
I don't know if we can. I wondered if I could, like, maybe if one of us pull it down, because that looks like it open.
Hmm. Oh, there we go again.
Now,
Nope.
Can we climb this thing? I think. Yeah. Guess not.
No.
It's actively rejecting us.
I'm used
Ah.
to that.
I was about to say my teenage years.
What? Clears us up a little bit.
Look over here real quick, and then we can move.
We're at the 2-hour mark. If you need a break, we can take one.
Yes. It's good for your legs and your circulation if you get up and move around every 2 hours. Alright.
Keep me safe.
I told Belle, I was like, hey, you should come watch. And he was like, no, I have enough frustration in my life. I don't need to see anymore.
Oh, he's not playing?
Okay. He sent me a message I had to respond to. I want to check here. There's a gazebo.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
I like it. I'd put candles in their hands. This would be
Right?
amazing.
And then, like, let them be drippy off of them.
Ooh, some black ones or some red ones would look really nice.
Yeah.
I googled it. They're all spread across the map.
Oh.
The next one isn't until we're 500 meters up,
All right. Well, now we know.
Hmm.
and we can't even get past 300.
We can. It just takes some time. We did get to look around though, and this place is kind of cool looking. So
Yeah.
we didn't lose anything from it.
Oh, you can run.
Yeah, I don't think that's
Yes,
ever
you
going to be a real option, but...
We can. We're not going to, but we can.
But we can run.
It's a shame that we can't like save and come back later.
True. But it said we could go to the nearest safe area and then pause it. If we need us to pause.
Okay. I assume the the safe areas are like that
those
guy up
little rooms and stuff. Yeah.
So if we backed out and then came back in, it would put us back to where the carpet was?
I don't think so.
there. Sorry. 3, 2, 1, jump. Yeah, when we came up to this part, like it did something, which makes me wonder if this is like a safe area.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, the little devil thing did talk to us.
Oh, you can save and quit. Okay.
I cannot ever play this game after midnight. Someone will think someone's
Thank
getting
you.
murdered in this house.
Well, I mean, somebody might be getting murdered in your house. Who knows?
I'll wake the whole fucking neighborhood up.
Anyway, hopefully everybody's having a good Halloween. If you dressed up, let me know what you dressed up as. Or if you're
Yeah, I
going to
still gotta
dress
put an
up.
outfit.
I made a makeshift demon from the Demon Hunter movie.
Make sure Saja boy.
Sasha Boy. Genu.
Genu!
Genu.
The hot one.
The hot one.
Sexy one.
Orin always has good taste, you know. And and then Zeke is a slice of bread with peanut butter.
His favorite.
His favorite. He wore it on Wednesday. They said he loved it. So Grieving Widow. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh yes.
3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1.
Oh.
I wasn't gonna let us.
That was Troy!
3, 2, 1.
Okay. I'm gonna look at this corner. Nope, there's nothing there.
Okay, I am gonna pause real quick and go to the bathroom. I will be right back.
Is that a pass? Nah, we're fine. I didn't send that to you guys.
It says we could load a checkpoint in the settings menu.
Really?
Yeah. I think we have out the game.
It says save and quit. Teleport to the nearest. Oh, unlocked point. Okay.
When I click it and fuck around.
Maybe the next time we fall. How about that?
Yeah. I'm gonna go to the toilet too.
Yeah, no problem. Just speak to my husband. Here, let's do one for gamers. I hate gamer Halloween. What do you mean you're going as the little penguin that Mario has to drop off the side of the cliff in Mario 64? Alright, gamer. Halloween, what do you mean you're going as that one banana you keep on missing in Donkey Kong 64? One singular banana. No, even better. I hate gamer Halloween. What do you mean you're going as the inside of the eyelid before you wake up and that guy goes, hey, you're awake.
Hi, buddy. Oh, there's buddy. Okay. All right. I'm here, but I will have to answer Paige soon-ish.
Yep.
Okay. We ready?
No, Riley's not back, is he? Nope, Riley's not back. Not moving.
We play tug of war with Riley.
Oh, there we go. I hate gamer Halloween. What do you mean you're going as what is this? Wario's? Is that what his name is? Wario's mustache.
It's an iconic mustache.
Oh, yeah, it's just...
Oh, where are my ears for my outfit? I just realized I have to have an outfit as well. Oh, there are my ears.
I'm back.
Welcome back. So where are my horns?
I don't know where your horns are.
Okay. Ready?
Did you tell Crymson what we found out?
When we left Fall again, we're gonna try to load into the highest we've gotten.
Okay. You try the teleport thing?
It says in the saves. We're fine. Fine.
Okay, you're gonna have to wait.
Timing!
Solid-ish.
We're going on level ground.
Connor!
Absolutely fucking not.
All right. I'll be right back.
Yep. I hate Kate Raleigh. What do you mean you're going as the sun song from Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time? Yep. I hate Gamer Halloween. What do you mean you're going as the right leg of the creeper? It'll... Gay Gamer. I hate Gamer Halloween. What do you mean you're going as the Hook from Dead by Daylight?
That'd be a gay gamer.
Yep. This one's a gay gamer too. I hate Gamer Halloween because what do you mean you're going as Sigma's finger toes? From the blockbuster game out Overwatch. It's not a blockbuster game anymore, I don't think, but it was. It used to be. Ah, I hate Gamer Halloween because what do you mean you're going as the clone of Mirage from Apex that he most assuredly is fucking?
Why wouldn't I? Ice on my tits.
What camera cat? Sorry, 64. No, no.
What you mean, you goalless trickster? AKA Hanjun.
Right? 100% can't see him as anything else. But it'd be, what do you mean you're going with the trickster's favorite knife that he throws into you before?
Oh,
I hate gamer Halloween. Because
Oh.
what do you mean you're going as the trapper's favorite trap from Dead by Daylight?
that's Sungman.
That's Sungmin.
Huh?
Yeah.
No. Surely not. I don't know what to do with that.
Oh, this was for Crymson. I hate gamer Halloween because what do you mean you're going as Coil's cigarette from the game Outlast Trials?
That's good. You're welcome.
Ain't nobody here.
Tap dancing. Tap dancing.
Yeah, you are.
Little tap dance. It's not constant. Like, if it was constant, then it's just like 1 foot that makes the noise.
I am back.
What's that?
I sent the Sungman picture to Jupe, and she replied, all in caps. No! Exclamation mark. Don't get on our radar now. You aren't allowed here.
Ready?
No.
Okay.
3, 2, 1, jump. Three, 2, 1, jump.
Oh.
Riley, no!
It's our favorite part.
Ah!
Let me on the ladder!
Oh no.
Okay, let's just pull them up. Pull them up. Please! Please! That had to be like a hair on my head. No! No!
No!
No!
No!
No!
No! No! No! No! No!
No! Oh, it's me.
Apia.
Thank you, Eli.
Yeep.
I'm fed up of seeing these fucking ladders.
I think that's too far. Oh my god! Okay, we're fine. Yeah, it's good to see everybody. I hope you're just having a good Halloween. We are at 400 of our $1,000 goal for the ACLU. Today is the last day.
Oh, this one.
Hey, Wicked.
Hi, Wicked. 3, 2, 1.
Ugh.
3, 2, 1, jump. 3, 2, 1, jump. 3, 2, 1, jump. 3, 2, 1, jump. 3, 2, 1, jump.
Good amount of money. Hopefully help somebody out.
Alright, and on.
Jump,
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 jump. Ah!
jump,
Just
jump.
missed out one
Chaos.
line.
Alright. 3,
Ah.
2, 1, jump.
Let me on.
3, 2, 1, jump.
No, no.
3, 2, 1.
That wasn't a 3, 2, 1.
My bad.
That is the Tiltified link to donate. If you can't donate, sharing the link, sharing the stream, sharing the socials, that all helps us as well. Being in chat helps us.
Back up, back up. Alright, go.
Jump!
3, 2, 1, jump.
What?
3,
You aren't waiting for your own shit.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, jump.
Ah! This is fun. We're fun.
I messed up in my head. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I've got the power to kill my friends. Oh yeah.
Truly.
Oh yeah.
Could you imagine this would be the shitty time to find out that his hoop is just a little bit larger than it needs to be? We just slide to our death.
If you think you can do it better, go ahead.
I don't know if I could do better.
Well,
Guess we'll find out. Oh, it doesn't like to turn at all. Oh my god. Okay.
that's it. That's what I'm telling you.
Okay. Three.
Watch out.
I never got hit before. I just made it real close.
No, we got hit. We were almost knocked
every
off.
time.
That doesn't
Almost
count.
every time.
Can you turn? Please?
Ugh. Kinky! Oh my god! I never did that!
Two.
Oh!
There we go. There we go.
Oh.
Probably perhaps where I should tell everybody I can't parallel park.
Alright.
I was wondering, I was actually do that during my lessons.
So backing up is
Found it
not
harder
my
to-
not my
found it
forte.
harder to park in a bay than parallel park.
Alright, let's go.
What do you mean, let's go?
Oh my god.
I don't know the routine!
Oh my god.
I don't know the routine! Oh no.
We're
Oh,
falling.
no.
We're
Oh,
falling.
for fuck's
We're
sake.
falling. Oh, let's just to the car.
We can't go without the car, can we? We just walk up.
Probably not.
I mean, we could probably, Can we get past this? I just don't know how
I
to
think
try
I
and-
did pretty good, quite frankly. Didn't almost go off the bridge.
You did fine. I just think this is faster.
I don't know how we're getting past this.
That is a valid.
One.
Unless we jump
Two.
across and then jump back across.
No, we're just
We have to
gonna
run.
1, 2, 3, run.
That is
Ah!
not. No, you said run when you were already across. No,
I'm
No!
saying she's not
No!
holding to her
No!
own counting.
no.
Alright. 3, 2, 1, run.
That is not. Whoa.
As long as two of
I
us make
ran.
it past, it seems to be working.
Three, 2, 1, run.
Numbers are hard, like words. This is both. Alright.
Alright. We'll let you observe this time.
So it's back. Oh yeah.
Right.
Right. Back.
For...
Forward. Back. Right. Right. Back. Forward.
We just have to worry about right, and then just back forward, back forward, back forward, right. That is not fucking right.
Forward. Forward. Forward.
Keep going, Kinky, keep going.
I'm trying,
keep going.
I'm
No!
Son of a bitch.
I could not get any of it.
Oh, I should have written that in the chat. It's fine. It does change its rotation. So that's good to know. Guess that wasn't the... Yeah. It's not random. Once we get up there, it's changed from what we did previously, but it does have a pattern.
Three, 2, 1, run.
Ah!
No.
3, 2, 1, run. 3, 2, 1, run.
Oh, I see them fall.
Right?
There's 3 of them too.
Yep, I think it's us.
Are we going or observing?
Observing. Okay, so that was right. Right. Left.
Yeah.
Right. Back.
It's just I don't know if we
Forward.
can go on the dryer.
It's
So
too late
right,
now.
right, left,
What do you mean? Don't we leave
right,
at the
back,
center?
forward. Yay!
X, 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 X.
Alright, let's go.
Right?
1, 2, 3,
Right?
4. 1, 2, 3,
Right.
4. 1, 2,
Ah!
3, 4. 1, 2, 3,
What?
4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay, I'm on!
1, 2,
Please!
3.
Young is so incredible.
I'm focused now.
Lock the fuck in.
No. Oh no.
I got you. I don't got you. Oh,
No, I get it. We got him. Everything feel like we could. No, I guess not. Gotta be this thing, huh? Which I guess that's fun. Here it comes. Jump.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Thank you.
Yep.
I want to see one.
No. Is this back to where we were?
Oh, why? Yeah, yeah, kinda. Yes.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, jump. 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 3, 2, 1, jump.
Wait! Look at that.
Look
What's
at
that platform?
what? We didn't see it because we drove past it. And then ran past it.
Oh well. There's no wings on it.
Yeah, I'm not seeing
Just
anything,
search for
but maybe if we were down there, there would be. I don't know.
Alright.
Yeah, it's floppy baby shit. Yeah.
3, 2, 1, jump. 3, 2, 1, jump.
Oh, I did early. I'm sorry.
3, 2, 1, jump. 3, 2, 1, jump. 3, 2, 1, jump. 3, 2, 1, jump.
Ah!
3, 2, 1, jump.
Ah! No!
Oh shit!
Oh,
No!
no! I didn't mean to.
No!
I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to.
No!
I didn't mean to. No! I didn't even see the trampoline.
You said you had a plan.
All right.
Can we try loading?
5, I was thinking. Maybe 6.
Okay.
Okay.
Can I borrow some of your makeup?
Yes.
Or... Okay. Yeah.
All right. Well, at least we know we don't have to do the whole thing over again.
Yay! Thank you, Google.
Hold on.
Wait, why are you gonna wear makeup? You're gonna have your mask on.
Because of the eye thing.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Duh.
I am going to have my mask on, but
Hold on.
it's usually I'm just looking for anything that has black. That's the only thing I'm looking for. I think this one has black. Can I borrow the black from this, if that's okay?
I'll do it for you. Don't worry.
But I want to do it myself.
Okay, you can borrow the black from that.
Okay. I'll be back.
Well, don't do it now.
I know, but I still want to kind of look like a raccoon because I think it's freaking funny.
Getting them open in me. So, my lipstick stuff has the same philosophy as Wicked. It's here for a good time, not a long time. So, there's that.
We ready?
Yes.
3, 2, 1, jump. 3, 2, 1, jump.
No!
Pull me up, pull me up, pull me up, pull me
Jump
up.
try again! Again?
For fuck's sake. For fuck's sake.
Pull Kinky up.
Help me. Oh, we can check out that thing. I don't really know if it means anything, but I think that's a...
Boo. I didn't get you. Are you serious?
Yep.
That's so mean.
Let me burn.
Look at them booty cheeks.
I don't know.
Straight in front of us.
Oh.
Oh, his pretty cheeks. I thought you meant ours.
Oh.
No.
Both sets.
I like that his little crack is defined by flames.
You can hear this ass clapping from miles away.
Uh-huh.
Never mind, it's flat as hell.
Uh-huh.
3, 2, 1, run.
What noises you're hearing? Discord noises. Oh my god, we did it again. Okay.
Alright.
It goes back, right, left, forward, right, back, left, I think. Back, right, left, forward.
Alright, let's go.
No? Okay. Hold on.
We can't even do basic things anymore.
Is that a good one? Is that a good one? What?
Uno momento.
Sure. Huh? I hate gay Halloween because what do you mean you're going as the Reynolds pamphlets from the critically acclaimed musical Hamilton?
Alright. Three, 2, 1, jump.
Help me!
3, 2, 1, jump.
Tupac.
3, 2, 1, jump. 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 3, 2,
Okay.
1. 3, 2, 1, jump.
I thought
3,
that was a little
2,
jump. We didn't need to
1,
talk about that.
jump.
We're keeping it consistent.
3, 2, 1, jump.
Coming
3,
back
2,
to you.
1, jump.
Ah!
3, 2, 1, jump.
Trampoline!
That's a trampoline.
Okay.
Wait, I'm
Okay.
assuming we're going
Oh shit!
Why?
Don't do that.
Why?
I did not do that.
Fuck.
Oh,
Okay.
I hate this.
Hold on. No.
You just like it better when it's cold. Jump, jump, jump. Jump, jump, jump.
I think we gotta be running and jumping though.
You have about 3 seconds. Alright.
Someone better communicate.
It's gonna be 3, 2, 1, jump, then jump, then jump, then jump. Okay?
Uh-huh.
3, 2, 1, jump. Jump.
Ah!
Oh shit!
Oh no!
Oh shit.
Wait,
oh
wait,
shit,
wait,
oh
wait,
shit, oh shit, oh shit. Oh, for fuck's sake!
Hold on.
That stupid fucking cube again!
Maybe not.
Stop.
We might have got somewhere. Doesn't matter. Here we are.
Oh, hey.
Oh, it took us back here.
Yeah. So I think
We need to start when it's not quite 100% there.
yeah.
Put a spell on.
3, 2, 1, jump.
Yep.
Jump.
Nope.
Jump!
Oh.
Yes!
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that worked too.
Put us back up there.
Okay. So, I don't know.
This is gonna take trial and error.
I think if we get to the middle one, we have to aim for the left, not the one in front of us.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Can I just try something?
I don't know. What are you gonna try?
Pause a restart.
You
I
have
wanna
to
see if I can
explain.
You're
walk
fine.
On this one. No.
What?
So we have to jump on the first platform. We're not high enough that we can just walk on it.
It looks like you got on it though. That's fine.
Yeah. You can just walk on this one.
But we're trying to get it before it aligns, right?
Yeah. A little bit.
And then by the time we get to the middle one, we
Alright.
need to head left to the left to get.
3, 2, 1, jump.
Nah.
Jump.
Help!
Oh,
Help me!
come on, yeah, fucking stop that.
You know, drag me along. It's fine. Just drag me along. It's whatever. Okay.
Alright. We were closer.
Really?
We will do this. We will do this.
I mean, that's kind of what we do in a regular life, so let's go.
Can we not just make a run for it in the middle?
It doesn't stay long enough for us to
Disconnect.
run.
Yeah, they're only aligned for a second.
YOLO?
3, 2, 1, jump.
Jump.
Jump. Nope.
Oh,
Grab
oh,
it.
we're so
Okay,
close.
okay.
We're so close.
Grab
We're so close. No.
fuck's sake.
We were really close.
We weren't.
Again!
Again.
Yay, again. Okay.
Three, 2, 1, go. Go.
And then. Oh, good.
Yes, 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 yes. No,
Ah!
no, yes.
It's a button.
What the fuck is that?
Oh, no.
Oh no.
Well, now we have to see how long it lasts, because I'm not.
I'm not running up there
I don't-
anymore.
I don't trust shit anymore.
Oh, and the music gets more intense. Cool, cool, cool.
Yep.
Okay, we got plenty.
We're
of
gonna do
time.
it again and we're gonna time it.
Do you want me to bring my stopwatch out?
No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 6:27. So about 30 seconds.
Here's my question.
Oh shit.
Fuck it. Oh my god, stop mantling! Ah!
This is not working.
It's not
Why wouldn't it
working.
let me jump? That's my bigger problem.
This is Crymson's fault!
Isn't it always my fault?
Oh, for fuck's sake!
At like 22. Oh yeah, it's the assessment figures at like 22. Thank you for the $1 donation. Is that what that is? Who did that?
3.
Who
Okay,
the
no.
fuck pisses me off like that? Oh shit!
No!
It said free! It said free!
3, 2, 1, go.
Yep. Grab, jump.
Come on!
Oh!
Right, I've got a plan.
Okay.
So the button's there. So like, if someone's there, comes and get the fuck over there. So if you can reach the button,
I come.
we'll have a little head start.
What?
3,
But I
4,
want to jump,
5,
not climb all of
6,
them.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14,
No, there we go.
15,
Think you got it.
16,
Ah!
17.
Evil Bob, but we appreciate it. Thank you for the $1. Every little bit helps everybody.
I appreciate
428
and hate you at
meters.
the same time.
Why flicker earlier, right?
3, 2, 1, jump. 3, 2, 1, jump. 3, 2, 1, jump.
Where's this taking?
If you raise me up.
I don't even think looking from this gives you the gravity of how high we are right now.
Oh. 449 meters.
Nice. And the coffins. Hold on, I gotta change my music. Who are you and why are you singing to me? I'll do.
Okay.
Can't say I love
Can
that.
we
Underwater.
we have to go underwater then?
How the fuck did I do that?
Did I look down?
Can't say I love that.
Well, another one? Okay, okay.
$500.
Look at us. Look at us.
Look at us.
Wings.
Why?
Wait, there's a button there.
But we gotta get the wings.
Wings are over here.
I never heard.
I wonder how many we walk by.
No, Riley said the next one, number 2, was at 500 meters.
Oh,
so
okay.
Yeah.
there's
The
3
stairs are
buttons.
not very functional, sir.
Okay. So then... This one? No? Do we have to figure out the sequence?
I don't know.
I'm stuck here.
I can't pull you up.
Shit.
Please. Activate your arms, woman.
I love the communication we're jumping.
You know what? Just a worm on a hook at this point.
Too high.
I don't... Okay.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my
So
god!
This one. And then this one.
Yep.
Could you
Carry me!
Oh my
Activate
god.
the arms!
Three, 2, 1, jump.
Oh,
Thank you, fucking hell.
thank God it wasn't an actual puzzle. We'd be in trouble. Oh,
The
good.
chain link fence that can throw
Oh,
us off.
good. Riley, no!
3, 2.
Oh, God, I
1,
hope we just...
jump.
Okay. Hold up!
Riley, your foot.
No, he's fine.
Go, 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 go.
Oh, God, I'm dead. Okay, we're fine.
Oh no.
This is the one I'm worried about. Actually, hold on. We go over
Actually-
more.
Why?
Let go.
Let go! Let go!
Let go.
Let go!
I can't let go! She wants to stand on shit!
Just let go.
She won't She won't let go! And then she also won't activate her arms! I don't know,
Stop.
Riley! I don't know!
Stop having a will to live.
Still here. You're always
But only sometimes.
But don't harbor any illusions. That was merely a warm-up.
That was merely a warm-up.
2,
Shadow Daddy.
1, run!
You're an aptitude.
What? Where was the countdown?
That was a countdown! We weren't informed!
Run.
Run!
Oh my God.
All I heard was one run.
Wait, I
Hold
love this
on.
for us. Okay.
Oh no.
Jump on
Where-
that
where-
one.
hold on.
Jump on that one.
Where is our ultimate goal? Anybody?
I think over there.
Okay.
I think we have to jump from that platform to that platform. Yeah, we have to
Jump to a
platform
new
jump.
platform.
Alright.
This might be a time to say that I don't play a lot of platforming games in my older years,
Alright,
and this
let's
is
Alright.
this is pushing
This
it.
is the one I okay.
Still gotta jump. The jump over here.
Ooh.
Okay. No, no.
What's
No, is
it?
it
Jump. Oh no!
Oh no! You're not.
Oh,
There's no time.
reset us.
Yeah.
That was my bad.
Yeah, you think?
All right. 3, 2, 1, jump.
I was having a drink. Now I still
3,
drink.
2, 1, jump.
No.
And jump.
Ah! Oh my god. No! Woman, activate your arms!
Okay. Jump. Jump. Okay. Okay. We can do this.
Okay. Everybody ready.
Alright.
Let's
This
start
one?
there. No, Riley's still looking at something.
Okay.
Wiping the fucking juice you make me smell.
How was I supposed to know you were drinking something?
Look at the fucking cameras! I don't know. You don't see me trying to jump when there's a drink in your fucking mouth.
It's a lot of
You should
screens
not-
for me to look at. Okay.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, totally. Your fucking belly.
Yes, I am.
Well, fucking ready.
Alright.
Recognize this song at all.
Alright. Jump.
Please don't touch it. Ah! Who is it? Who is it? Whose feet are such in that thing? Who is it?
I think my tippy toes grazed it. But I don't know why, because it looked like I was over it.
No!
Jump.
Okay. Jump!
No! Pick me up! Pick me up! Ah! Now we have to jump again.
Jump! Wow, woman.
Nah, nah, nah,
Jump.
nah, nah.
Jump! Ooh, jump!
Jump!
Pull her!
Grab me.
Pull her!
I'm trying.
I can't grab it.
Oh,
I can pull you up.
right. Pull me.
I'm
Okay,
gonna
let
pull
me-
you. No!
No, too much.
Oh my
God! Too much pulling.
Oh my god!
Pulling.
Use this up!
No!
Right
No! My fingers.
Alright, take a minute. Everybody dry their hands. That's stressing me out. Fair. Fair.
This is our real Halloween gift to you. Stress and anxiety for everybody.
Yay! And that I can give in bounty. All of it. Hold on. Don't move. Yes, I do like that. That is not what I want, though. It's just a playlist called Crashing Out. All right, let's try that.
I am the devil that you forgot.
no! I feel like my chest is.
Mr. Adam. Oh wait, maybe we can get a picture as to how high we are right now. Not really, I guess.
I can't. I might be able to barely see the ground.
Yeah, not really.
All right. You ready for the next amount of anxiety?
Yep.
I guess.
Is there an end to this game? Or is it actually hell and we just keep going? Anybody got an answer for that one?
2 seconds and I'll tell you.
Right, there we go. Critical sight. The and I. We're here. We're here. You see it. Before you start moving, Crymson, realize you are not on the
3,600
tree
meters.
anymore.
Yeah, you're not on the tree. It goes up to 3,600.
Okay. So almost there, guys.
We're a bit. We're like a fifth of the way there? Is that math?
Mm. You're definitely asking the wrong people for that one. I mean, like, yes, that's what it is. Right now. Well, I don't.
Should not be doing that jump
1,
first.
jump.
We are
We really are risking everything for our friendships right now.
Come on, Riley. 3, 2, 1, jump.
No.
Oh! Sphincter activated.
I am angled in the direction I am jumping.
3, 2, 1, jump.
Oh, it's gonna. Yeah. Is that water? Oh, it is water. Oh, it's a waterfall. Ooh.
Jesus, take the wheel. Jesus, take the wheel. She's actively pulling us. Ah!
Water in hell? Yeah. Only if you get high enough.
3, 2, 1, jump.
It's a little. It's a nipple.
I'm dancing on the nipple. I hope you're not sensitive.
3, 2, 1, jump.
I did nothing rough, Daddy.
3, 2, 1, jump. 3, 2, 1, jump. 3, 2, 1, jump. 3,
What the fuck am I
2,
jumping up
1,
that?
jump.
You gotta.
3, 2, 1, jump. 3, 2, 1, jump. 3, 2, 1, jump. 3,
That little devil's
2,
about to yell at
1,
us.
jump. 3, 2, 1, jump.
The random screams? Yeah, so I think it's our bodies falling from where we died in the original spots. That's my theory.
I'm going to take 2 Excedrin and 2 ibuprofen and hope for the best.
Feels to be alone. I'm not scared at all, baby. Hold me close. Hold me. This is me when I want cuddles.
Yeah.
Really towards me.
Mhm.
All right, let's go.
Once again, had something in my mouth.
Pull the dick
This
out of
is
your mouth.
really a testament as to how much Crymson actually pays attention to the cameras when they're on.
3, 2, 1, jump.
Nope. Okay.
Yeah, not at all.
Here, the problem is that I can see you and I can see Kinky, and Kinky is on a delay. So I'm just doing the best I can with what I've got.
Wait, you just said I can see, you can see me! And it's me you keep fucking over!
Yeah, but I wasn't looking directly at you. You're in my peripheral, just
That
like
is the
Kinky
point Kinky was making!
3, 2, 1.
Oh my god.
3.
Truly the easiest part, honestly. Oh, there they are again.
There's statue ladies again.
It's our ladies.
Hey.
Hey.
I want hugs!
Hey.
Give me hugs late. Not
I
you.
need emotional
Fuck you.
support.
Don't want a hug off of you.
Oh, I love what's
Oh no.
YOLO.
Take a moment. That's not gonna happen. The snark is getting more aggressive. It was bound to get happen. We're almost at the end of the 4 hours though, so we did pretty good before we got real nasty. You know what? Ah!
You okay, boo boo?
Don't fucking talk to me.
I'll just back here. Oh.
You lost me at Maze.
It said maze.
At
Oh
least we don't
no.
have to hold our breath.
It said Aqua Maze.
Oh no. Okay. Yeah, if there was stamina in this, we'd be fucked. Well, we're already lost, so that's... Where's that?
This way.
Over here? You good?
I'm stuck. I'm literally stuck. I'm stuck in the floor.
No.
Alright, up.
Up.
I don't like the swimming mechanics.
It's not great.
No.
There's an up over here. Ooh. If you get motion sickness, you probably should not watch this part.
Ooh,
Oh,
watch,
no!
watch.
Oh no!
That's why there's a waterfall. That's why there's water.
Over here.
I think we have to. Well, maybe not. Ah! What's this? Oh,
I don't know.
a checkpoint. We have saved.
Is that safe?
That's a save.
Okay.
What you did.
Holy shit, that's a drop.
Okay.
think we should back up and run.
Alright, so when I say 3, 2, 1, jump, it's going to be 3, 2, 1, run and jump, okay?
Yep.
3, 2, 1, jump.
Hmm.
Three, two, 3, 2, 1, jump.
How the fuck do I crouch?
You don't? There is not a crouch, as far as I can tell.
Oh wait. I think we've got to trust the chain.
But I don't.
I don't know how it works with 3 people. I imagine if there's 2 of you, it's 1 on each side. Well, we'll just go with it.
Bye!
Oh no! That side! No!
There we go. That was it. That was a thing.
Oh!
No! Why do
I climbed up.
Oh, fuck.
Hold on.
Oh, fuck.
Nearest safe? I don't think. No, I don't know. If your character's. Oh no, that's where your character is stuck. Nope, this is it. Yep. Ah. God. I don't think this was the right way, though. Was it?
Oh.
Yeah, that's. We had to go back.
No. No, it's yeah, up here.
Yeah.
Watch out for the
Channel
waterfall.
Fleetwood Mac. I guess it's already saved, huh?
3, 2, 1, jump.
I want to go this way. Easier.
Three, 2, 1, jump.
No.
Unless there is a control to crouch, which I don't think
There is not.
There's
I
not.
double checked.
Crymson on one side, me on the other. And it takes Bradley wherever it goes. What are we doing?
I
Oh shit!
Told you.
It worked. Alright, cool.
That's a trampoline.
3,
And let's hold on.
2,
Hold on.
jumping.
The
Straight
probability of there being a trampoline on this next thing, I feel
It's
it's really high.
So then it's over to this railing that we have to jump onto.
We need to just not hit the trampoline.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. But we all got to be on the same.
We're gonna try not to hit the trampoline.
Okay.
3, 2, 1, jump.
What?
Alright.
Hey, we're fucking professional.
I
Spoke too soon. 3, 2, 1, jump.
Where the fuck are you doing? That was not a trampoline. What the hell was that?
I don't know.
God damn it. Alright. Left. Up. Up.
I felt like a rock. I don't even know.
Up. Hold on.
Jumping all willy-nilly onto a blind jump. What are you doing? What are you doing?
3, 2, 1, jump. Three, 3, 2, 1, jump.
If
Oh shit.
Hell,
I was too close to the top.
look away. No, you're fine.
3, 2, 1, jump.
At the point I'm off the pole, I'm just hoping. Hoping
3,
everybody else picked a
2,
different side.
1. 3, 2, 1, jump.
that was not even close to jump when you
What?
jumped.
Why? Why? Son of a biscuit. Okay, but we can make it. I touched it.
We can do it. Left.
It's this close.
Left, right, left, right, left.
I touched it.
Up.
I touched it. You have the same scene that I have?
Yeah.
Rotten Men in Tights.
Yup.
Okay.
I was this close.
It's this close.
I touched the butt. 3, 2, 1, jump.
I feel like we're. Oh! We're just confident enough to jump. We don't need to talk
3,
for this bit.
2, 1.
And then it happens. We all go 3 different ways. Like that. Who's going which way? Who's going which way?
I go right.
Just fuck, I don't even.
Doesn't matter.
move
Here we go.
anywhere. I just go when I'm told. I'm the middle.
Riley doesn't have a choice. Alright.
Look
3,
over here.
2, 1, jump.
I don't even know where I'm looking at this point, so. No!
No!
It's good.
No!
What? What? Fuck it, go forward! Go forward! No!
Oh, fuck.
If that happens again, we just hit the trampoline again and go forward. I am not having this be our save point when we get back to this. I want to be away from the water.
Left. Oh my god. Up. Up. I got swimming skills in hell. I can't swim that fast. 3, 2, 1, jump.
What? Sure. Yes, again, we are raising money for the ACLU. Ah! Why do we see you going forward and no one else going? What?
Because
3,
Crymson was
2,
looking
1,
forward to them
jump.
pussy down.
Ah!
It's a jump or not, you fucking tat! Fucking hell!
Okay.
I go right. Kinky goes left. Riley just go.
Now, if we hit the second trampoline,
We're gonna just try and
reposition
make
yourself
it.
and hit it and go.
Alright. 3, 2, 1, jump.
But originally we had not hit the. Someone backed into it.
Yeah, Crymson!
3, 2, 1, jump.
Forward, forward,
I
forward.
love that you jump before never saying jump.
Every
We
time.
fucking got here, okay?
Oh.
We're gonna do a run and jump. 3, 2, 1, jump.
Jump! Just keep running and jumping!
I said that was a good enough fuck.
There we go. Hold on. Let's look at each side of this. Huh? What are we supposed to be doing here?
I think
We
we
need to
jump
jump
on
on
that,
that
then
ring.
jump on that.
Oh, okay.
Love the communication. All day, all day.
Alright.
You said we need to jump on it. That's what we'll do.
2, 1, jump. 3.
Oh, no.
2, wait, run and jump.
That's
3,
more.
2, 1, jump.
Either always ahead or a little behind, you know, son?
No in between.
Jump. Jump. Jump.
Oh,
3, 2,
What the
1.
oh no!
Jump. Thank you.
Hold on.
Okay, so the only way for us to do this is for us to jump over while it's in the middle.
Well, it doesn't. If we
And it's
can
a
hit
run
the
and jump. It
last
looks like a
block,
run and
Jump
jump.
it
over
doesn't
when
look
it's
like
in
it hits the last block, the closest one to us.
Yeah, so we can sit there for a second.
Yeah.
Hopefully. Alright. 3, 2, 1, jump.
Back up.
Oh.
Oh,
That was impressive.
oh my god.
I think that we should start moving once it comes towards us. But we're gonna have to run. Okay?
Okay.
So when it's there, and then we'll start, and then we'll jump on it, jump over it, hopefully on the way there, okay? So it'll be
Sure.
start, we jump, and hope for the best. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
3, 2, shit. 3, 2, 1, go. Jump,
Jump!
jump,
Ah!
jump. 3, 2,
I'm so
1,
disinterested right now.
jump.
Ah!
I
No!
Pill me! Pill!
I tried!
Pinky
I
pill!
tried!
Pill!
I admit I fucked it up. That was my 100% my fault. Okay. 3, 2, 1, jump. 3, 2, 1, jump.
Oh, thank God.
The subway station!
Oh,
And
this
I'm
is
stuck on the bed. I can't move. There we go.
Fuck. 3, 2, 1, jump. And then climb, climb, jump.
Oh.
La 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 la.
We didn't
Well,
talk about it or nothing.
well, the confidence.
Three,
Talk about
two,
it.
The
It's just a
confidence.
straight line. What is there to talk about? It's just a straight line with some lasers that don't move.
Apparently not.
Well, apparently.
Okay.
Oh, I don't like that at all. Whoa! Don't back up. Don't do it.
I know. We have to jump when they're in the middle. Three,
We've got enough room,
2,
maybe.
1, jump.
Back it
Oh,
up.
fuck me.
No!
Back up, Crymson!
I said back it up. No. No. No.
I'm gonna rest on
Hi.
these cheeks over here.
Okay.
Okay. I did not realize that they did not go at the same distance. We got the first part down. Okay.
Yes.
Take us back, Kinky.
You lost everyone? What do you mean?
Oh, and making a clip. Okay. 3, 2, 1, jump.
Dude. It's like got 2 blocks and then the laser can touch.
Okay.
Love you. Have fun running errands.
Bye.
Love you, bye. 3, 2, 1, jump.
Literally.
That was nowhere near jump.
Literally.
That was nowhere
Before
near jump.
you got to the end.
That was free to jump.
3, 2, 1,
Yeah, you
jump.
can't
Like
walk
how weird.
yourself off the cliff because you're attached to us.
Trust me, that's the only thing stopping me from throwing you off a fucking cliff.
Nope. Nope. I knew at the moment I left the ground. Wasn't gonna happen. Wasn't gonna happen.
3, 2, 1, jump. Oh shit.
I'm just gonna go way over and then that'll be fine. Hi, everybody. Hi. Hi.
You need to turn
Hi.
around.
Hi. I'm good.
We can't go back that way.
3. Okay, hold on.
I just don't want to
Hold on,
look
hold on.
forward. That's the problem.
I need to fucking bed down.
3, 3, 2, 1, jump.
uh,
Gonna be a jump, run, jump.
so I think
it's gonna be YOLO.
it's got to be this one that's the furthest
But when
away
it
and
gets
coming
close
at
to us,
us.
jump,
Yeah.
run, and then keep going.
Yes.
All right. Not this. The next one, okay?
It...
And
Yeah.
jump.
No.
That was. I'm pretty sure that was the complete opposite of everything we just spoke about.
I'm not sure
Jump,
where the thing
run.
went. Jump, run,
3, 2,
and then jump.
1, jump.
Is that? Oh no.
Oh no. Kinky.
It won't let me. What the fuck? She just humping it with her knees.
Oh.
I have to pee.
Oh.
Not too bad. Good. Didn't really think about food before I put everything on. To be real honest.
You good, Riley?
Yeah.
3, 2,
Yeah.
3, 2, 1, jump.
Oh, I made it this time. What?
For
What?
the love of fucking God!
Do your Kegels, everybody, or you'll pee yourself laughing. Okay. 3, 2, 1, jump. Alright.
The best I ever landed that. You took it from me. Now I don't know. Okay. Alright. That's fine.
No one go past me. If you're going back, no past me. Now we can go.
3, 2, 1, jump.
What?
That's nowhere near jump.
I know I fucked it up, okay? I know. You know I fucked it up.
What?
I forgot to pick my hand up, okay?
What is happening?
3, 2, 1, jump.
Oh my god. Okay.
Don't you put me back in that fucking laser!
It was not me. I didn't fucking move.
I didn't think I moved that far.
I'm getting so
Three.
fucking angry.
One jump. Well, at least we're not at the water part anymore.
I am the line. Stop going past it.
I didn't think I did go past it. That's the problem. Oh. Oh.
Don't you fucking move, I swear to God.
3, 2, 1, jump. Did
That doesn't even feel like we jumped at all, honestly. That just was
it looked like we all just walked off to our death.
just like, fuck it.
Right.
I hit the jump button, but did nothing.
That has happened to me several times. I just want to point out. 3, 2, 1, jump. There are a couple times I'm like, I know I hit the jump button, but I just walked off of something.
Boo.
And generally, I have the other problem. It jumps me way further than I planned on jumping.
Is it in a wash?
No, it's hanging out. Alright.
It's drying? Is that you?
No!
I'll talk.
Take it!
No!
I'll talk to you about it later. I'm almost done. That's okay.
Oh, you're falling to Satan.
Yeah, we're in hell. We're
I
trying
don't
to
even
get
know
out.
how I
Like,
fell off.
oh!
I don't know how I fell off.
3, 2, 1, jump.
No, won't let me.
Oh, for fuck's sake, jump me! Jump!
Oof. You do this one.
It wouldn't let me.
Oh,
You do this one, I
oh my
believe.
God.
I was gonna tell you to take a shower before we went.
Do you want me to take a shower now?
No, you have makeup on your face.
I took a shower like 2 days
Again? Why?
Kinky, I swear the fuck!
Hole!
I told you, that one time was the best time I'm ever gonna make on this fucking end.
Well, Crymson fucking ruined that for all of us!
Well, I don't know what to tell you. That was it. That was all you got. Now every other time's gonna be struggling.
Crymson?
1, 2, 3, jump.
Please!
Back up. Okay.
Right,
Remember,
so
it's
we're
going to-
gonna go when the left is closest.
Really?
I
Yeah.
thought we were gonna go on the right,
Right one
We're gonna go on
wouldn't.
the right
I
one. is
thought you
closest.
said left.
We're jumping
No.
over the right and running towards the left one.
Okay, let's do this.
3, 2, 1, go.
No! What?
I swear the
That
left one's
was
better.
hard. That was hard. I don't know. I don't know.
That one is hard.
I
feel like the left gives us more time.
We can try the left.
we could
one
try
if
the
you want.
left, yeah.
We'll do
We
that.
already
That
tried
should
the-
start. My plan didn't work.
Yeah.
We'll try your plan. 3, 2, 1, jump.
My lady went rogue the last time on that one. She was like, you know what? There's a banister here. Let's climb that fucking thing. Okay.
Unless we go forward at the same time as the right one. I don't think we'll be able to jump over it when it's just going back.
Three, 2, 1, jump.
Make it up, make it up.
Okay.
run towards, run,
This one.
jump, jump. Do you think that's it?
I think.
Jump, jump. Okay.
3, 2, 1, jump.
Nope.
Oh shit.
I thought we were.
Over.
Oh.
Okay.
It's wrapped around. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Okay, so we're kind of. It's kind of.
3.
Okay.
Go ahead. What were we gonna say? It is like double dutch.
Yeah.
I was never.
So we have to jump, 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 jump.
Okay. 3, 2, 1.
Nope. Oh. I'm not quite sure what happened there, but
That was impressive.
we almost made it back on.
All right, 3, 2, 1, jump.
What the heck was that wheeze?
Yeah, that's what Mama sounds like when she laughs too hard.
And pees herself simultaneously.
Literally, every sound is sounding dying.
What happens when you? This happens when you smoke cigarettes for too long.
Okay. All right.
1, 2, 3, jump.
You know what's more confusing? When you go from 3, 2, 1 jump to 1, 2, 3 jump.
Oh my god.
It hurts my brain.
What the fuck happened?
I'm not sure.
That is not helping me. Help me, Tom Cruise. Okay, now keep pulling me.
Activate your arms, woman.
Oh shit.
Okay.
Not good.
So when we run, when we get to that left one, we have to jump and hold your run at the same time, right? And jump again.
That's what I think.
Okay.
We're just gonna have to trust each other that we're gonna jump when we need to. Okay?
So we're fucked.
We got this. 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh my god. Oh, that's fun.
We have to do the one thing we were told to never do.
I mean, I did it anyway.
Yeah.
So
same.
did I.
Hey, Solid. Welcome in.
Hey, Salad.
Do we need to go that way or this way? I'm confused.
This way. But there's.
It seems
I
like
am
there's.
also the confused.
Yeah. But then it takes us.
That goes down.
Yeah. Huh. Interesting. I think it's a
Yeah,
red
that
hair.
way, this way. Because if you look around, the trains go up.
I think we need to do like a little
I
jumpy.
wonder.
Let's do it.
3, 2, 1, jump.
Oh. Or that. That's fine too.
My guy did
3,
not follow the memo because I'm going to cling on to that every time.
3, 2, 1, jump.
Riley, it's
No, you did it.
hold on.
Let's just all go up there.
Well, now I can't. Okay, there we go.
Up there.
Why? Just put me down. Just
All
put
right,
me
Riley,
down.
I'm pulling.
Just let me go. I don't understand. All right. And now what? And now what?
Why did you pull me back? I think we just need to go down one.
Tired? You're tired? I'm alright. I'm alright. Good seeing
All
ya.
right.
Get your ass down here, woman.
Oh my goodness. Oh.
3, 2, 1, jump. Three, 2, 1, jump.
Really, woman?
I'm quite literally gonna smack the fuck out of you. Oh, fucking Christ!
Escape, really? Seems we have a little problem here. No humans ever made it this far before you.
Such naivete. You gave them a car, and you're surprised they've made significant progress.
You gave them a car.
Sure, not a single subway is operational. You must not hand them freedom on a silver platter.
At your command, Chief. I'll make sure all the subways remain out of service right away.
It is 4 o'clock. That's the end of the stream, right? It was 4?
Yep.
Okay. Yes, I do have things I have to do before we go trick-or-treating.
Okay. What?
Bye!
Hi. Save and quit. Pause that. Move that. Putting him on
Be at least another month before you can play that again. Probably 2 to 3.
Maybe. We'll see. We'll see how it goes.
I also, knowing that the jumping was an issue because sometimes we would hit the jump button and not jump.
Yeah.
Helps. Because we're not always fucking. I'm not always fucking around. Sometimes I just didn't jump when I jumped.
Totally opposite. She wanted to climb everything. I don't even know. No.
Not with her arms though.
Would not with her arms. No. Not when she needed to.
Climb everything.
Yeah, thank you everybody for coming in. It was a good stream. I enjoyed this. Actually, I feel like we got further than I thought we were gonna get. I'll be very honest.
I laughed at one of the answers.
And we are at $401 of our charity goal. If you want to share the link, please do. Exclamation point THAB gets you that link. And we will be back in
2 hours?
2 hours?
Yep, 2 hours.
Yeah. Wait,
I love
6
you all.
6 Eastern?
Bye. Yes.
Bye.
Yes, 2 hours. Okay, it's
Bye,
1.
bye.
Yeah.
Bye, everybody. I love your faces. Is there anybody to raid to? I don't know. I don't know. Disable that so I can choke. Anything else? Anybody else? Nope. That was yesterday. Love you. Thanks everybody hanging out. I'm sure we entertained you with this one. Chaos abound. duplicate that so then I can go look, see who's on. Uh, 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 uh. Let's Are you seeing many people? Are they? Never know. Wait, I know who. I know who to send you all
A
to.
bit more. I feel like he has a bit more.
I'll tell you the psychology for geeks. How about that? All right, everybody. Thanks for hanging out. We will be back in 2 hours with Dead by Daylight. Are we killing? We're killing our friends. Yes,
Yeah.
we are. Now, talk to you later. Bye.